Okay, let's give this a test. Saga, welcome in. Hope your Tuesday is going well. So my audio is working well enough here. So yesterday I chose to unwire everything and change my microphone, change my audio setup, which is never a good idea when streaming. Should just stick with what you know. So, but welcome in. Okay. So, Liquid Sky. So, quick intro. This is my project management application that I've been working on. This is Liquid Sky. Yesterday, kind of went through and did some tasking on receiving an email notification. So last week, focused very much on the ability for the user to subscribe to an actual change on a notification on change. And this week is very much focused on the actually achieving that. But to do this, I believe I am going to use my Saga library. So I'm not using Service Bus for the Sagas. I'm using Mediator for the Sagas so that it's handled internal to the domain. If the events were coming from across the domain, across the different contexts, then I would definitely be looking more at Sagas based in mass transit. But I am within a single component here, in a single module of the code, and therefore I'm going to use my Mediator Sagas library. Stream sees Twitch chat. Yes, Twitch chat and YouTube chat if anyone is on YouTube. It's restream. So yeah. Oh, hold on. Why is that streaming the wrong screen? Why is that switch screens? Good point. I didn't even think about that one. Display. That's healthier, isn't it? I didn't plug the monitors in differently. Good call. Didn't even question that then. Thank you. Well, that was the Twitch dashboard. Thank you for calling that out. Let's go back to what I was actually talking about there. Liquid Sky. So this is Project Liquid Sky. It is a code name for a project. I do have an actual name for it, but until I'm ready to actually make it, overhaul it and make it look like an actual real product, it will all remain as Liquid Sky. So yesterday it went through the effort of planning out the items required to get the email notification. So there's a lot of stuff involved in doing that. Primarily because, yeah, there's a lot of moving parts. So I'm resurrecting a Mediator implementation I did for Sagas so that I can react to the different events within inside of an individual component. So there we go. So this is the overall structure of Liquid Sky. Client, Angular-based client, goes through an API gateway. Each component is broken down into, context. And I'm using Kafka for state transfer and service bus for eventing and commands within the, within the overall application. General rule of this stream: if you want to ask questions, if you have any thoughts or opinions on what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to join in. I'm happy to discuss. I'm happy to go into differences of opinion on how stuff should be done. So it doesn't have to be about the code. It can be about the learning. And I'm happy to change my ways if I feel I understand a better way. But I will proceed. So I titled this stream, do you ever get that feeling you're over engineering? Mainly because I'm trying to build a Saga component around a Mediator library to allow me to trigger different notifications within a context. And it feels like that might be not the right solution, but I don't have any better tools in my tool belt. I have a situation where when the front end does stuff, planning item in this case, it triggers an integration event, and the changes component calculates the differences, because I only care about the publicly visible differences. I don't care about what the internals of the planning component do. I just care about, here's the data that I'm saying everyone else can see now. So this calculates the changes and publishes a notification, publishes the changes as a stream, and the notifications component picks that up. At the same time, that same integration event is handled by the pipeline, and right now that's the name for it. The pipeline picks up the changes and enriches that change and creates a more detailed change set. So it will resolve usernames, it will resolve the associated user of the user that made the change. It'll attach the email address and the username of that person, and it will produce a changes detail event. Over in communications here, what I want to do is I want to take this notification and take this detail and bind them up and say, oh, this person needs an email, and use this to produce an email that says, oh, by the way, you asked for a notification on this entity. Here's what changed. So yeah, that's going to be a thing. But the problem is the timing of this. I could potentially get this event before I get this event, but more than likely I'm going to receive this event before this event. So when I receive this one that says this change happened, I don't know about that change detail yet. I don't know what the details of that event actually were, so I can't produce anything. So I need to wait. Rather than having this queue or stack up or whatever and keep polling and asking the question, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my Saga library to say, you started by a notification of this, you handle this notification, and that will complete you and publish a new notification, right? So I had built this library previously, but I decided to upgrade it to .NET 9. And apparently source generators in .NET 9 don't work the same. So I'm trying to tidy this up. So yes, register source output. That's this, generate entity code. That's going to be all of this. Yeah. Source production context, T source, incremental value. That's action, source and T source. T source is candidate compilation, which is compilation left, immutable array of entity info right. So that's what source is there. So that is Not entity info. Maybe. Hello. How you doing? How is your Tuesday going? I hate life today. How about you? I don't think I'm quite as down. I have the day. Yeah, I think I completely bought that one by changing the. I created this entity info class to try and clean up this piece to return an entity info for this. But yeah, my Tuesday has not been too bad so far. You just a bad day, headache and whatnot. All right, so you got a lot of work and a headache. Gotcha. Well, just burned out my any time off. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you've been burning the candle, right? Because you've been focusing on Barely Fit, and you've been focusing on now your new job. I'm putting 100% effort into both of those things, so yeah. Yeah, yeah. Take some time. Yeah. I need to go do some other type of work. Yeah. Uh, okay, so let's do it this way. I want to see what that is. That's not that. That's generate entity code. That's that. That doesn't return entity. That doesn't. That's that. Nodule. Hello. How you doing? That's not right though. Immutable array. So that makes that a collection. What is that? A compilation. I'm not working on a game. I am I'm not working on a game. I am building an application. I'm one of the few one of the few app devs on Twitch. So I am building an application for work tracking, for planning, project management and planning. And this is what it looks like. Yeah. Yeah. The game of dealing with product management. Yeah. So the the idea of this product is that I'm splitting out the product management from the development. That's what I'm trying to do, right? So Project Liquid Sky is about getting product management the tools they need to plan and to prepare without ever worrying about the development, and the developers being able to go and do the planning of their actual work without concern of how it fits into some predefined requirements that may or may not be very well defined, right? So the intention is that I get the developers to ask more questions, and the product team to be more clear about what they want. So a planning item, as it's termed here, can be as small as a regular story in Jira, or it can be as large as an epic in Jira. If you want to bundle everything in there, you're going to suffer the cost, right? But you'll see it. And these are the estimates. I need to avoid the word points. Whatever number I throw on this, it's an estimate. It doesn't matter whether I'm using points or hours or whatever. So this is the kind of touch point where the two worlds meet. Mars, good morning. And this gives the product team an idea of the effort involved in these particular pieces. So if they're looking at, now ultimately there will be a Kanban board in here as well. So the Kanban board will show all the work that's currently outstanding, so they can actually view for a given planning item what the current state of work looks like. These tasks in here don't have to be developer tasks. They could be QA tasks. They could be DevOps tasks, but they all relate to this requirement, right? That's the intention. What problem are we solving? The developers then have their own view of data, right? So they're looking at, these are tasks. So they get to see the tasks. They can see any tasks that are ready for development. They can estimate from here. They can do all sorts from here right now. And we can see the essentially it's called Sprint, but it's a Kanban board right this second, and they can see the requirements. One of the things that this is lacking right this second is that this should also load the requirements. So when you see the task, you should be able to see why we're doing this task. So it's very much about separating those two worlds where necessary, but joining them where helpful. The thing I'm working on right now is a notification component that basically allows you to say, okay, well, there'll be a button here and a dialogue and say, okay, I care when the status of this thing changes. Tell me about it via an email, or tell me about it via push notification. I care when the status changes or it's assigned to this user or something like that, right? So the idea is that for any given entity in the system, you can subscribe to those things. From the management level, not just the product management level, from the management level, there's the concept of initiatives. So planning items can roll up into initiatives. You can see the overall effort, and you can set start and end dates, which are more like expectations. And you'll be able to go into these and see what the purpose is, who the collaborators on this project are, and also that Kanban board of all the planning items with all their work. So again, being able to see where everything sits. If you want to go and have a look at the specifics, you can do, but you don't have to worry about the developers telling you anything about that. My big goal here is to make sure the developers don't have to relay the state of where things lie constantly, and that the developers can focus on the development piece while the product team is focusing on the planning and the preparation of what comes next properly. Hence the distinct separation. Long term, the idea would be that these estimates would, underneath the system, give some level of how accurate the pointing is. So if they say, a 3 works out as an average of about 2 days, and we can calculate that, then it'll give them an indicator as, by the way, based upon historic behavior, this might be at risk. I don't feel like that's a problem with Jira. That's just a problem with businesses. Yeah. You can put, I'm not saying Jira is bad. I'm saying that Jira requires a lot of understanding of how it lays things out. I'm just trying to create 2 distinct worlds. And oftentimes Jira ends up being a amalgamation of the business trying to put their process on top of what Jira does by adding custom fields and trying to and it gets too silly. What I'm trying to do is make that I'm not trying to be too opinionated on the how you deliver the software, more how you plan and prepare for the software, and give the developers that freedom of being able to say that's an actual task. It can be achieved and it will be done, because we get that process, and it's not. Sorry, I've got something caught in my teeth. That's not a Jira thing. That's a whole agile and whatnot thing. It's a story must have value. A story must be deliverable, etc. And I've seen so many teams get hung up on those concepts. And I'm trying not to do that sort of stuff. So yeah. But yeah, so what I'm working on today is my Saga thing, to try and get the library up and running again in .NET 9. Well, actually, this is actually .NET. The generator is a .NET standard, but to get it up and running in .NET 9, so that I can actually use this to achieve the thing I need. So that's it. I am mutable. I'm out of coffee. Not a bad idea. That's interesting. It didn't show your I don't feel that's a problem with Jira on the prompter. But it did say I might order coffee on the prompter. Huh. And yeah, if you have any questions, if you're interested in knowing more about the technologies, the reasons I'm doing certain things, feel free to ask. Yeah, I have a prompter. I have an Elgato prompter there. So just chat is on that window. And the camera's behind it. Well, the Lumix G7 with a Elgato cam link, and then the prompter gives me the ability to have chat up above the screen, so I can look at the camera and talk. Yeah. Well, you have a billion screens as well. Yeah. I actually got rid of my Stream Deck yesterday. Lost it in a box. I'm using the touch screen with the Stream Deck software now. So I have a window, I have a screen below, an 11-inch wide touch screen below the monitor, that I have the Stream Deck buttons that I need on there, and I can have a terminal window there, so I can actually do the terminal stuff down there without dragging it onto this window or whatever. So as a workflow tool, it's working pretty well. I really wanted a prompter so I can have my camera directly behind my screen for work. I can't afford a prompter large enough for a screen large enough for my full vision. Yeah. I have two Stream Decks. I just didn't need it. So yeah, I haven't really found that other use yet. It is humid today. I know there's like if I got into more video editing stuff, I could use the prompt. I could use the Stream Deck for controls on that and all sorts. So yeah. Control Discord with it, other computers, game audio, open web store. Yeah. I got a mouse for a lot of that as well. Yeah. What am I doing here? I have no idea what I'm doing here. Immutable array. An immutable array. Okay, so that's immutable array. That's info. Is that really what that is? Okay, so that's because that can't be static. That's fine. Okay. What did that change that to? Compilation left. Value tuple. Boss. Why does that have to be that way? Okay, that was. Um, my setup for my lights and stuff is weird. So I don't have right now. I don't have the key light on because it looks like the light's okay in here today. Um, the G7 has much better ability with light than the Elgato face cam. So if I use the face cam, I'd have to have the key light on because you won't be able to see me in this low light level. So if I do... Okay, so that's fine. That's still not building. So what I'm trying to learn today is I'm trying to understand how to use source generators to generate the code I need. So the idea is that what you do is you say, okay, I have a Saga. And it's going to have this state object, and so that you can carry extra data with it, and it's going to be started by this. What this should create is a handler that receives the sample notification and then invokes and does all the stuff of invoking the Saga. Stand up. No, you stand up. Ah, I miss your look here. Disgusting. This sounds familiar. Sometimes when ranting, I feel like TBD made with a long lost brother. She's a camera. Yeah, sounds like we align on a lot of stuff as well. Yeah. So, um, the idea is that if I create a Saga, right, that I can handle behavior in here. So like I am started by this, I publish on this, and what happens is it creates the classes that create the actual notifiers for the actual handlers for this. So it will invoke this Saga, so that I don't actually have any binding to the mediator library here. I just have my Saga, and I will receive this event. So that's the concept. So I write the Saga, it structures out all the pieces, and then it will actually do what's necessary. Restreamer. I've seen a few of these things. Who is it? Greg on Rambling Geeks Discord. I think it was Greg. Maybe it was Dr. One of the guys on the other Discord actually brought up a stream, and the quality was very high. Yeah, there's a few of these different technologies. It's a nice idea. Like, I think that'd be a great purpose for something like developers.stream, where people could bring up their own streams and handle them how they want, and then enabling the API, the link to their actual stream. So if they're actually streaming, you go into developers.stream, find the actual streamer, and then you can watch their stream without any ads or whatever. You can't hear me. Oh, you can't hear me because you're on a stand-up. Okay. Actually, this microphone sounds very loud. Is the volume okay for everybody? Audio sounds good. Okay. Because I went back to the SM7B, but the SM7B requires me to boost it quite a lot more than the Elgato mic. Yeah. So I ended up with more stuff enabled. Kind of surprised the Twitch UI doesn't include live AI subtitles. When was I reading about that earlier on? It might be YouTube. On YouTube, you can enable it, but you have to put quite a delay on the stream. So, yeah. But yeah, Twitch doesn't have that option. So anyway, let's get back to this. Let's build that. Let's see what it's whining about in terms of. Okay, no warnings there. Now, what this does is it actually uses these resources, and these are SBN. These are remember the library packages, Scribbon templates of the code that is necessary. So again, this is basically, it will create a handler for each event of this type, so that when I publish that notification, when my event happens in my domain, this will trigger, go and retrieve the Saga for that for the orchestration ID, and then handle the Saga behavior, right? So it will actually pass that notification in and whatever you need to do on the Saga. So if it's calculating something, moving something forward and storing it again, you can do that. It will persist the Saga, and then when it's completed, it will publish the complete message and it will delete the Saga. There's going to be quirks to this. There's going to be challenges such as me deleting something that hasn't actually, that crashed or something. But we'll worry about that later. Because this uses a mediator publish as well, directly, rather than using the outbox or anything like that. So there's no reliability there. Because this doesn't hook into the overall outbox behaviors that I've generated. But either way, that is the plan. So service collection in add sagas, configure, Saga configuration, register Saga. Yeah, there's no reflection here. You have to be deliberate about it. So I've learned a lot since I last did this so this I touched last in December of 2023. So I've learned quite a bit about testing and stuff. So we'll get this working against some integration tests in there. But what I'm going to do is get to actually generate this code first. The reason I abandoned this was because it was getting too, I didn't need the behavior, and it was getting too tricky to get it to generate code changes and stuff. But apparently this is all better now. Generator failed to generate source. Okay, so we're back to the debugging of the actual thing. So how do I test these things? How do I handle this? So I did this earlier on. Edit configurations, .NET project, Saga generators. Yeah, that's that one. Why is that erroring on that then? Hold on, let's unload that project and let's debug that. Ads will start shortly. What don't you like? Target project must be included. Okay. Well, that's annoying. I've got a chicken and egg then, haven't I? I can't debug the generator because I can't because it doesn't generate the code. uh, so I can't debug this because this doesn't build, but this doesn't build because this doesn't work, which I'm trying to debug. Okay, so apparently .NET 9 comes with improvements on diagnostics. So let's have a look. Is that production context by any chance? Yes, it is. Entity info.name. Let's do this. Yeah, Morph. How you doing? Welcome in. I am trying to build. Thank you, Online. Welcome in, by the way. Yeah, I'm working on my project management platform. So this is Project Liquid Sky. That's its code name. And I am building an application to help. This is a personal application. Been in development for the last year and a half. Trying to bring my thoughts and opinions on how project management and development should happen after my 25 years as a developer. So yeah, so that's what I'm building right now. What I'm working on is trying to figure out how to make the code write itself. So yeah. Let's give that a go. Let's see. I don't know where the diagnostics go, so that's going to be interesting. Ambitious. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And I've got a lot of experience doing it. Right? I built, software for other people for many years. It also gives me a good practice because this application is of a reasonable size now, in terms of its behavior. And in terms of the things it does. So I'm actually experiencing real world style problems. I'm able to test real world things, use tools and understand how they're being used. Whereas normally with a side project, you struggle to do those sorts of things because it's not always realistic. So at this point, this application is a real test bed of any technologies I want to play with. So yeah. So report diagnostics, the diagnostic that should be added to the compilation. Diagnostic is located in syntax tree. So that's great and all. I didn't see the raid. Oh. We'll wait the ads out. For anyone who isn't seeing ads, isn't seeing Turbo, I apologize. I didn't see the raid. And if you're not aware, iMorph is a game streamer, streams Gran Turismo, hosts races on weekends with a really great community that helped me a lot the other week, got me more comfortable with just some driving techniques. Yeah. Crow, hello, how you doing? CC raid. Add over. Well, welcome back. And I apologize. I'm looking at a prompter. The prompter doesn't tell me the raid. So thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate that. And yeah, the racing assistance the other week was invaluable. I have been much more confident and much more comfortable recently. I was sad to not get more into Spa this week because I was enjoying. I streamed on Sunday, and I was just getting into my groove, and I was using the BMW, and I finally got some good positioning, and then I had to stop the stream because I had to make dinner. But yeah, I am much more confident thanks to you and your community, and hopefully my weekends clear up more. Yeah. So what I'm playing with right now is stuff that I am not comfortable with wholly. I've got to learn my way around some of this stuff. I understand the basics of what's going on, but I'm not often out of my comfort zone so deeply. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build code based upon other code. And I have a chicken and egg. I can't find out what's going wrong with the generation of the code because it can't generate the code. Which is a little difficult. So I wonder if... Thank you for the follow. Coding is so wild. Yeah, this is source gen. I'm going to use it for the sagas. I'm going to resurrect this project in 2023. Cool. I would appreciate it if you've got it online. So, because I will say AI in this scenario, it's very confused. It is not doing a stunning job. So if I debug that, no, if I debug, why isn't this, why are you not actually, I updated all the NuGet packages and didn't update all the libraries, did I? Let's make everything .NET 9. Properties, .NET 9. I don't know why it brings the properties window up over there. Yes, it's .NET Standard 2. You can only do .NET Standard 2, can you not? Just for validation. Correct. But as always, if you have questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, if you're thinking I'm an absolute weirdo for doing what I'm doing here, you're more than welcome to share. You're more than welcome to share that opinion. I am always open for discussion. I'm always open to learning and growing, and I don't think you learn I don't think you learn through, sorry, work email. I don't think you learn through being closed-minded and denying someone else knows more than what you do. So I'm always open to a discussion where needed. Sorry, I just got a work email that said I need to finish something by the end of the week. Oh, it's for another time. So let's remove that again. No, let's remove the actual pieces. So I've been trying to use Claude to kind of guide me here a little bit. This is where I think AI is definitely at its best. When you don't understand something, you know what you're trying to achieve, but you don't quite know how to achieve it. It can help you narrow in on the question, and potentially the answer. And I dislike plastical. Add two things to the source CS project. I'll post them one at a time since formatting in Twitch. I read a link to this, but there's a lot of other weird things I had to do. This is Roslyn component. Okay, so edit CS Proj. We're gonna add it's there. So I could use the Sagas library. I'll just have to hand write. Yep, they're both there. Yeah, the generators are just a nice to have, but it will mean that I don't have to copy and paste a bunch of code every time. Because I could generate the code files to do the behavior that just extend from that base class every time for every single handler. I removed there was a workflow one or something like that was in there, but it conflicts with generators now. So I removed that package. It didn't cause any problems for the build. And I've gone to package reference so that I don't end up with weird packages. It's good. All that is set up the way mine is to be able to debug so far. Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate the assistance here. So because I'm not fully aware of exactly all the little components here, it's a little bit more difficult to kind of trim it down, and being able to debug would allow me to see how it's behaving and where it's getting confused. Because it's if I do the build here, right, the idea is what it will do is it'll generate the classes that these tests need, and so you see here, apart from those two, generator has failed to generate source. It will not contribute to the output. So these fail because they don't have the classes that these generators would have generated. Sample Saga sample notification handler, started Saga sample. Yeah, it would have generated these Sagas handlers. With message, like, that's not really helpful. Hold on, let's. Saga event handler. Oh, hold on. This might be a resource thing more than a Saga. Line 9. For using and usings. Sorry. Do you get the properties folder in the source gen project with the launch settings? Yeah, launch settings. There you go. Sorry. Oh, the target project. I get it now. Sorry, my wife was just uh target project with the one that uses salt. Yep, that is right. That's that. So I think I might know what the actual handle and namespace. Hold on. That's a different problem. But that actually generated stuff though. That's awesome. Did it generate the things I wanted it to generate? Yes, that's what I'm saying. I don't want to neglect that one, but okay, so this is, oh, that's not a notification. Multiple handle a Saga state. That is not a notification. That mediator, only one part of a partial type can declare a primary constructor. What was the name of the profile and launch settings? Generators. Hold on, that's not. Yeah. We'll call it generators for now. So it was the initial bug was there. So now the actual bug is one of behavioral. This might be just. Do I need partial there? Why do I need partial there? Probably so I could extend it or add behavior to it, but let's find out. The namespace already. Okay, so yeah, I know. I don't want to. Can you delete source gens? Nope. Hey Mojo, how's it going? Like I know it. Do it clean. Okay. Thank you. But why would that not? Oh, because I changed the way they were built. So the namespace that suggests my resource. So is partial necessary there? Cannot be sample Saga state. So that's fine. So let's go fix that one problem first. So the problem there is the notification name here is the wrong thing. So I've misinterpreted. No, handle identifier name syntax. Right, so add it in the initialize. It's essentially there. Yeah, because these are that's there. It won't work though. Because it can't generate the code good enough to actually build the target library. If it would run, that'd be great. So I can debug it as long as it's generating code. So it's not even generating valid code. That's the way I was getting stuck right a second. So it's failing. Let's have a look. So this is failing because only one part of a partial type can declare a primary constructor. Fair. But why is that? Where else is that being registered though? I don't get it. Oh, hold on. They're both generating the same thing. Okay, that's not right. These should be different handlers for different events, and they're actually the same thing. So the handle event generator should only deal with... that's why that's failing. So the concept is one of... this should be where the handler interfaces I handle. This should be where the interfaces I am started by. It should still try going in initialize, but I will mention again that your preprocessor directive was if debug, which is not the launch profile name. Okay. That's the profile name? That's not a thing. Debug is a preprocessor, though. That code is shown as valid. So it should show that. You can put a profile in there. Let's do it this way. Let's create a new project. Class library. Yeah. The generator project. Yeah. Generators. And the profile is generators. Like, Visual Studio would set the source gen project to start, and the play button would show the launch profile name. That is showing the launch profile name. Well, it's not. It's showing it because I've named it that way, but it is using that launch profile. I hate stand-up so much. Why? Interested to. Is it because they're micromanaging? Ah. So this is why this tool. That's why I'm trying to build this, for that exact purpose. Because a project manager doesn't need to care about the stand-up then. The stand-up can be literally developers. And the developers can say, enough, I'm done. I don't want to talk anymore. No personal chat, let's just get on with stuff. And if you don't need to start, one of the actual things I've considered is if the tasks are manageable enough, right? Then you can actually schedule a daily email that would just summarize, this was worked on, this was worked on, this was pushed, this was done. Here you go, there's the daily email. That's the stand-up. And if you need anything, reach out. Yeah, yeah. Well, Jira makes that difficult as well. Jira doesn't make it very obvious where things sit, and the tools involved in it mean that the story often sits with no technical requirements on it. So you don't, unless you go into the process of tasking it out and trying to break that down, it doesn't show progress. So they don't know what's moving and what's not. So it becomes more of a most companies I've worked at have you update Jira, post the update in Slack, but what do you update in Jira? You know, so yeah, it's hmm, yeah. So the problem here is actually one of debug generator, debug generator. So, but where is that debug generator symbol being defined? That's not just the run project. That's been defined as a symbol. But that's not that. So yours in there, so your profile is or your profile is yeah, yeah. That's just AI doing that for me. That's not. Yeah, gotcha. I still think it's falling foul of the fact that it can't build, therefore it can't debug, therefore it can't. But yeah, this is. I mean, that shouldn't. As long as I'm setting it as a run target, it shouldn't. The debug preprocessor directive should apply. And yeah, maybe the 100% agree. It's the business process that creates the problems, not the tool. The tool doesn't even solve the problems. But if I can generate a tool that helps the business solve their own problems, then I'll generate a tool that helps them solve the problems and guides them to that path. Well, debug is not running as a Roslyn component though. But it's running that profile. And it is in debug mode. I guess I'm misunderstanding how that creates a preprocessor directive, which I don't understand. Yeah, I understand the profile it's I understand it's running a different command, but it's still under the. I don't understand how it's generating a preprocessor directive for me to even have the if. Of course. Venom, hello. Over engineering is a myth. Yes, absolutely. Either way, the first problem is that it's generating the classes incorrectly because it's generating the same. These should be different classes. There's two types: the handle event generator. They're both generating the same thing. Hello, YouTube. Fortunately, I have no name to call you, but hello, welcome in. So they are both. So the original code filtered out, and it's this one is entity class. That's the challenge. You from? Only the live. We also modify the source generation logic. If so, I don't know if you need to do this in Rider, but in VS, you have to close and reopen VS to see it. Not my experience so far, but we can do that afterwards. But I'm missing a piece of logic here. Where are you? Where am I from? I'm from New Jersey, USA. And originally from the UK. Stay in the Union. Hi, Trap. I'm from India. Well, how's India today? Welcome in. So I think I have to refine this logic. I have to put this back to how I had it originally, because this was the initial code. So this went off and found what it needed to find. I think what I'm missing here is an Saga handler interface name. Yes, I think I need to do this. I'm not ignoring that, therefore it's generating too much. Originally from the UK. Wow, how'd you adopt the New Jersey accent so fully? Well, I've been here for 18 years, so, you know. 18 years? Yes, 18 years. Yeah. I think I need this logic. So it's building the same classes twice, which is causing the partial problem. So that is part of this problem. So over here, I need to do we need to do something like that. So let me take this, place that over there, close that down. I like YouTube stream. Can you teach me? Not sure what it would be able to be taught there. So we have is generic Saga. And declaration dot identifier dot value text not equal to handler interface name. Oh, equal to. Why does that not like that? Oh, because that's a static, that's fine. Bro, what is this? This is .NET. This is me generating code using .NET. So it's a bit interesting like this, though they aren't instructional. There we go. Okay, so we've got a bit more progress there. So that generated that generated nothing. That generated nothing. Well, I'll solve the problem. So it's got to be a Saga. Well, hold on. Oh, hold on. I think that's more appropriate. That clearly broke things. So I think I've misinterpreted my own rules. So the initial rules, can this learning get an get job? Go off and learn how to do the development. Yeah, I mean, jobs can be had. There's nothing saying you can't get a job doing software development. Um, so if it's not class declaration, let's rebuild this the right way. If node is not let me move that over there. You don't need to see that part. I need learning about game making. Making a game is not really in my wheelhouse. It's not really something I've done or do. There's plenty of tutorials out there for that. YouTube is full of really great developers who do a lot of good stuff for games. Twitch is full of game dev streams where there's people doing stuff all day. No one's going to necessarily divert to teach you specifically there, but there's those resources. I would highly recommend going and checking them out. Yeah. Big Amy, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. So let's recreate that logic as I have it so that I get my head around AI wanted to kick in there. If node is not return false. If I think I verified the issue with source gen, modifying could reload IDs. It used to be an issue in Rider as well, but it was addressed within the past year. I'm still researching whether or not launch profiles define a variable in a way that's available to the preprocessor. Do you want to clarify? And you probably know this already. The directive itself is just the if and elif and endif. The thing after the if is some variable that will be available. Yes. Yes. Yeah, you define the value. But that's what I'm asking. I'm like wondering where it's actually defined, because as far as I understand, a profile does not generate a variable implicitly. It's just a value to be run by. But yeah, let's get this building, and then we can test the debugging, because we're still going to do that. We're still going to debug it even if I get it actually generating code. So for those that are just joining, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to use source generators to build some wire up code for some sagas that I have. This is in the vein of, or in the goal of continuing on with Liquid Sky, the subscription piece. So when events occur at different points in time, I need to trigger an event once I've got multiple things coming together. So I'm generating a saga, and I'm using Mediator to generate the sagas because these are internal. These are not global domain events. These are local to a single context. And I'm not using message bus for internal pieces. So right or wrong, good or bad, it is the way I am choosing. And the reason I'm typing this out right this second is so that I can, if class declaration baseless, yeah, if not class declaration dot base list dot types any. So this is the code that I originally had that was working. BBB, welcome in. Hope you're well. Catching one of my streams because I'm streaming at an odd time. Bro, I want to become a software developer. How learning, what learning, where learning? Everywhere. Write code. Go off and do the research. There's plenty of resources. So anyway, yeah, there's plenty of resources out there. There's, again, YouTube is full of really great content. From, you know, if you're interested in the .NET world, look at the .NET channel for Microsoft. Look at those channels. Those are awesome channels full of really great content that will inspire you. Maybe not beginner very friendly, but there are a series of videos for the it's funny how you easily forget when you are not doing this all the time. There you go. So if you're interested in .NET, Microsoft hosts an entire website based around learning and getting started there, and lots of really great people have contributed to that. If you're interested in game dev, C# is a good leap because Unity and Godot both have C# and there's many frameworks actually have C# language behavior. So yeah. If you like .NET content and you like tool development recently, BBB here has been working on the Power Toys library on stream. That is fun to watch. So definitely go check that out. Is this types any? Yep. Yep. I am Tim Corey. There's a bunch of people. Again, YouTube is full of really great content. There's a lot of, you're not going to get necessarily a lot of Twitch streamers that are going to divert their attention and help focus on helping you to that level. It's just a lot to ask. But you may find yeah. There you go. As DC Saga said. T.type is generic name syntax identifier text Saga. All good. So, okay. So if it's not a class, skip. We don't care about it. If it's not inheriting from anything, skip it because we know we need to inherit from things. Creating games is challenging, but made it easier by knowing the programming language, even if it wasn't used for game dev. Yeah. Yeah. Although I find game dev really kind of difficult to get my head around when I start applying concept. Like, again, I'm so used to using dependency injection. I'm so used to having these separated behaviors and data. And in game dev, it really doesn't benefit you to have no relations between objects. Sometimes an object needs to know about another object just because they kind of are related in some way, shape, or form. So those sorts of things break my brain a bit. Right. So if there is no base class, then ignore it. If it does not inherit eventually from Saga, then ignore it. Right? Yeah, that's what that looks like. So then what we do... Oh, hold on. That's why this is not working. It's because it's a... It's the pivot in the behavior. So what I did before is I kind of built this. So the idea of this is it will go through the syntax tree and check everything. And then it will go through the base types And let's see what this does. I think this is going to generate very bad code. Yeah. Source generators. So it generated everything again. Generated bad classes. Interesting. Let's clean that. Tell me I didn't check them in. No, I didn't check them in. Okay. Let's build that again. See, it's not, this is the wrong type. So the notification type is immediately wrong. This is not working because it's got two versions of the class. So there's a partial and they can't both have constructors on them, right? Only one can. But it's incorrect because it should be generating a started one over here and a regular one over here. So that there shouldn't be 10. There should be 5 total, I think. Again, all I'm doing is this. This is all I need. I could actually use the library for the Saga and go off and do this, but the generators make it much simpler because I can just say, okay, well, it's going to generate the files for you once you define these classes, and you don't have to worry about how it's going to do that. And you don't have to copy them. You know, I don't have to create a base class for this, basically. But there's a subtle difference in these things. So the, I believe, he says, Saga started by, no, they're identical. Those are identical. Are they not? They look pretty much identical. They probably shouldn't be, but they are right this second. Because what should happen is if it receives the event again, it shouldn't reset it. So we'll worry about the behavior later. We'll get the code generating first. So that's clearly wrong. So in the original code, what I did is I had the visitor, and this is not the same thing anymore. The syntax receiver doesn't exist. They've changed all of this. Like, this API is just very different than it used to be. What I would do is I'd say, okay, go through the base types, and if it's a Saga, skip. We don't need that. If it's not the interface name, we need that. We don't need that. If it doesn't have any arguments, we don't need that. Or if it has more than one, we don't need that. If the first argument is not identify a name, we don't need that. And then it would add to the candidates, and this would create the handler. Now, in this one, I get Saga candidates, and then I go through the base types. So do I need that and that? Is that the right way to do that instead? Because now I'm flipping where I'm doing this piece. Mm. Mm. Exception, no reference. Okay, that's different error. Where did that occur? Oh. That's helpful. Failed to generate source. Object reference exception. Thank you. Thank you. That makes my life easier. I now know exactly where I'm going to find this. So, I think this is sufficient for this behavior because basically this says, okay, if this type doesn't come from Saga at all, then just ignore it, right? We don't need anything else. Now this is that, so we don't need that. Just redundant check. Oh no, we do need that because we need to actually get the class declaration out of it. Okay. So now this is kind of that other part of that logic. This is this now, almost. And this is for get entity and for the transform. So this will loop through all those types that were determined valid here and do the actual loop through and then add the candidates. So it will return a list of candidates for that thing, right? So the handler, this is that collection. So if it's not, so the first 3 lines of handle there, so now it's through the loop. So if it's not a generic name, filter. So where it is, if it equals Saga, but I think I'm doing the where here. I think I'm filtering this out. So it's not equal to Saga. And it's equals what? I think I'm flipping. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. I've not seen that syntax before. So then we select the argument and where it's not null. Like here's where I would love this breakpoint. I would love the breakpoint here. Like this is where this now is useful. That's the difference between language and framework level. So that is valid language, but it's not compatible with .NET 2, .NET Standard 2. So it doesn't like that. IOS.count count not equal to 1, and generic name dot type arguments list dot arguments 0 is, so we're filtering it out, so we're getting that actual thing, and then we're saying, okay, now select that argument as identify name syntax. It's still not generating that because that's fine. Well, My hope is that when I finish this, I come out the other side much more confident with code generation. No reference exception. Give me a line number. Give me something. Yes. Yeah. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get rid of the started by and see if we can just focus on one, right? So we're going to see if that builds differently. Okay, so there we go. So we only have one. All my business logic actually lives in .NET Standard 2 libraries, and sometimes it feels like all the disadvantages of both .NET Core and .NET Framework combined. Yeah. When the tooling's trying to, my concern about those sorts of things is not necessarily that it's bad from a language perspective. It's bad from someone else coming in and making a change and not running the code and committing the code, and then you having to chase problems with it. Like, progress is a bit slow today, but that's fine. I'm learning, trying to use source generators to generate the wire up for Mediator to my Sagas, so that I can get this piece ready to move on with the notifications piece. Yeah, the compatibility layer is nice, but it is a pain. Drop to keyboard. That's quite the number to drop out. So we're going to worry about one generator. That's it. One generator. The Saga event handler. Source generators are great. I have a couple of them for my game project. Turns around on the pile of shame. Maybe I shouldn't call it out loud, otherwise it comes out this far. I like the ideas. I'm just trying to get my head around how this is lining up. So this is a predicate for the syntax provider. So this is replacing what I had previously is my syntax receiver, which is now no longer a thing. So between .NET 8 and .NET 9, Microsoft completely overhauled source generators, apparently. Maybe the others were on the way first, but as far as I'm concerned, considering my experience of them, .NET 8 to .NET 9 changed everything. So the predicate is basically this part. It's like, is it even valid to proceed? Right? And then the transform is to go and get the actual this, right? Yep. There is a button there. Yeah. I mean, it should work even with debug. I don't get so. Yeah. Again, I think it's because these are broken that it's not going to work because it's got a dependency on this project which does not build yet. So it can't debug what it can't build. So I need to get it to a point where it'll generate at least valid code to be able to debug the code. So, yeah. 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, so is it a class? Does it have a base list? I mean, I'm going to leave it as is, even though the logic can be condensed and organized. Does any of its base types have a Saga? Right? So basically, if I go to Saga here, this is what I'm looking at, right? So it's looking, oh, you have a Saga, there we go. And I'm looking for these interfaces. And then what I'm doing is I'm trying to get these to then be handled by this code that's generated. Right, that's what this is going to do. It's going to create a handler for that event occurring. And when that event occurs, it's going to update my Saga and call that notification into my Saga. So all it's doing is wiring up the behavior of retrieving the Saga and any state it has so that that notification can be passed down and I can use it. So all you have to do is write the Saga and now it will work with Mediator. That's my goal. Overly complicated? Yes, I can write these myself. But it does help me describe the problem of out-of-sequence events better in my code. And I'm not using message bus because message bus is for my external components. And I'm trying to keep those behaviors distinct. So the thing that it was doing when it was generating code, it was generating the wrong thing here for the notification piece. So what this code should be doing is validating those notifications. So of the base list types, I want it to blow up. I want that to happen. Select the type and where it's of type generate name syntax. So that is this, right? Now, if it is Saga, so if it's not Saga there, or if it's not Saga handler interface name, or if it is, in this case, handle interface name, and there should only be one argument, and that argument should be an identifier name syntax, right? Then let's select that identifier name syntax and add that candidate. So this entity info here is that collection of, for the declaration, all the identifier name syntax, right? So again, if I get out the candidate, if I haven't had one before, then I'm going to add a new identifier name. Yeah, I'm adding that identifier name into the collection for that candidate. So this is, that declaration here is the candidate in the other verbiage. And now I'm adding that list of handler identifiers. So this should be the actual handlers that it needs to generate. So I think that's right. Oh, hold on. And yeah, that's the pattern. Hold on. It should be one. Doesn't matter if there's anything else. Yeah. No reference. Like, if it tell me where the no reference was, that would be helpful. So let's do this. New project, class library, delete me, delete me. Create the project. The only feature I want done at 11, null object reference exceptions to name. What is null? Okay, so the problem with this is I don't think this is going to do me much good, because I do believe, what's your path? Explorer. I don't think I can be any more explicit about what this is. I don't care about that one though. Let's debug this one. Launch profile. Launch profile bad. Let's have a look. So that's Mediator Sagas, source, Saga generators. So that's ../... That's still valid, invalid. Source. Up 2, down 1, down 2. Ah. I think I should delete that one afterwards. I think it's telling me something. Well, let's start a debugger. Now, the problem is there's nothing to generate. So, so, uh, what does that mean? Right? Well, actually, it's not, it's the tests that are wrong because the tests depend upon, hold on. Let's open Explorer. Let's take them. Let's paste them. Right, but I need to debug it finding something. That's the problem. All right. Okay, so they're gone. So I need to debug it actually finding code. It's not the actual. It doesn't matter if the code gens. It's the fact that I'm building tests on the existence of those things. That's what's failing. So, oh well, that's amongst the things that are failing. Let's just go back here. Let's put that line back in. Do that, and now run this one, and let's see if we hit our breakpoint. There we go. There's our debug. Okay, so debug generator does work there. We've got our debugger started. Okay, so F11. So this does have the classes available, so we should be able to see the things. Okay, so Saga candidates looks like this. So Saga candidates, candidate compilation. F11. Oh no. No, 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 no. Let's go back there. Generate entity code. Let's not make that too complicated. It's where this arm is just not good. Okay, so we have a declaration. That is a multiple handler saga. That is the correct type. Now, handler identifiers. What does that look like? 2 identifiers. Sample notification and further notification. That's cool, right? So that is because... Why does it feel like my... Something is not right here. Depending on where I lean, it feels like I'm being blown hot air on me and cold air if I sit back. So we go to multiple handler saga. You can see it has sample notification and further notification. So this is correct. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, so generate entity code. Oh no, we're still on sagas. Oh, it's enumerating the thing now. Okay, so now we have... Now that you've fully exported source gen, how to CSS, please. That's the 2 hours tomorrow. That's tomorrow's stream. So we have 5 candidates. The candidates are Saga event handler generator. They are... I'm doing print media query stuff. So much fun. Joy. So this is why it's failing. It's these that are null. Okay, so we can debug it. That's good. See, there were 5 there, but 3 out of the 5 were null there. So either it doesn't come out with... See, that's... I am sample notification, complete notification, I handle, and I am started by. Now we're only dealing with I handle, so that's kind of possible. No, I handle, I am started by, I am started by, I am started by. Let's remove this generator and see what happens. Oh my god. Busy. Failed to generate source, no reference. Okay, so that's okay. Hey, pup. Come lay down. Too hot outside, huh? Okay, so we can debug it. So the lesson learned there is... actually, let me just do one other thing. This is not a... Okay, so this one is in debug. But we know this one works, so we're just gonna do that. Let's debug this. Hold on. That makes sense. So it added all 5 because they all inherit from Saga. But the 2, it couldn't do anything with because they're started by and publish on complete. So this doesn't, yeah. Yeah, this is a started by. This is I am started by and I publish on complete. And this is started by. So the 2 that do the handle, it actually had do the handle. The problem was it didn't know this interface. So what I need to do is make it so that it understands. That's what that's meant to do. So if the declaration has no base types, we shouldn't hit that code. Oh no, out of coffee. This is a bad day. Okay. So we generate, we get into here, and the declaration is, let's have a look. Where are you? Where's the name? Is there not a name somewhere? Class declaration, syntax token. That's the closest we're going to have into top. Okay, so class, so multiple handler Saga has handles, so this should actually generate those 2 things that we said before, right? So handler, yeah, there's 2 handler identifiers. Yeah, that's good. Now we run it again. Our declaration is completely lost. Multiple handler Saga. Samuel, welcome in. Is JetBrains ID better than Visual Studio for C#? No. I like it. I've become used to using it. I like the tool set. I think is a bit cleaner because it's very focused on C Sharp. Visual Studio is an everything tool, but yeah, they're both more than usable IDEs. Yeah. Lohith, hello, how you doing? Welcome in. Um, if you are after a product to use for free, that you want to tinker around and learn C Sharp with, the way they've licensed it now, Rider is just as available as Visual Studio Community. But if you intend to make a product, if you want to sell anything, Visual Studio's licensing on Community Edition is a bit more allowable before you have to start paying for it. However, once you are paying, if you are paying for Visual Studio or paying for that subscription, you've got to look at the other value you get from using the license. So with Rider, I pay $170 a year or something like that, and I get all the product suite. So I get Data Grip, I get WebStorm, I get everything in there. So yeah. So I get my value's worth. So is this giving me the same identifier? No, this is different. What is that declaration then? That still says multiple, but it can't be. I don't get it. I pay for Rider and hope to switch it to it for .NET Corporate. It's not because I dislike Visual Studio, because I don't want to be tied to Windows. There is that. One of the things I'm going to do once the weather cools a little bit is I've got a Mac set up, and I've got I want to get a Linux bot set up, and I want to basically offer the ability for the stream to use channel points to switch me to a different development platform, just to prove that it works. I can happily develop, and Rider does give you that experience. So if you are cross-platform, Mac, Windows, and Linux, Rider works. Visual Studio doesn't. So it does give you a bit more flexibility. That's a very good point. So that returns null. So why was that coming up? Oh, no. No, because the same. Thanks for the like, Taggy. So that was the same thing, but with 0 handlers. But I don't have context of the group as well. So basically what happens here is we go and get the candidates, and then we compile them, and then we pass that compile into register source output, which is kind of a group of these Saga candidates. This may seem like a lot more work than is worth it. I could hand code this really quickly. I've got the code for the Sagas. It's the generation of the wire up that's the piece here. But at this point, this is more about my learning than it is about achieving a lot of progress on Liquid Sky. There's a lot of benefit into getting more comfortable with using the source generators. Source generators are a good way of being able to produce boilerplate. So if I create a model and I want to generate classes that bind that model or map that model potentially, I could do those sorts of things and use source generators for those things. There's lots of different uses for these tools. Nothing says I have to use code either. I could use files to generate classes, etc. Shanhon, hello. How is your Tuesday going? Well, also, if you are interested in development, you want to see apps being built, um, just noticed. Mr. Anhorn. Shower for Mr. Anhorn. You gonna start your streams back up again? I know you've been very busy with work and stuff. Uh, I haven't seen any notifications from you in a while. I have not accomplished anything during my vacation. Nice, nice. So I'm also taking this week. So Are you just taking the time off like I am, or are you actually going on vacation? Um, nice, nice. So Mr. Anhorn is building a um, a game platform. The ability to build. Oh, that's perfect timing then. Basically a platform for building games and managing that, like just multiplayer games. 1 second, I'll be right back. Sorry. And streams of development of that. There's a lot of very cool stuff to look at that. So I would check out Mr. Anhorn as well. So what I think it's doing here, what I think I'm missing is some form of check that I've already dealt with this thing. So whether it's this, that I need to move some of this logic up, I probably need to move this piece up there. As a base type thing. So there's so much I need to get caught up on with the game platform. I'm going to do my test stream, adding some functionality to desktop app. Been working on for the past few months. Let's ease back into it. A bit rusty. So I think what I need to do is I need to put something in that's going to exclude things that do not have the interface that I care about right this second, right? Because I'm dealing with I handle event handler generator and Saga started by, and what I'm getting is I'm getting both classes in one go. Each generator should be generating the thing it needs because the different templates. I think again, I didn't touch this for a year and a half, so the likelihood is that I was generating the different templates so I could put different behavior in when they're started by or whatever. You know, because you know, making notes is yeah. The game platform needs so much setup in place, so I'm going to work on simplified deployments, maybe with Aspire for local dev. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. So I think what I've got to do, types.any. Probably gotta flip this. Let's see, base list, bar. Is Saga contains handler interface. Ah, interesting. Return is Saga and contains handler interface. Why don't you like that? Why does that not? But I was using it here. So why does that work there, but that doesn't work there? Oh, because of the type. Dot of type generic name syntax dot any t goes to t dot identifier. Oh, dot select t goes to t dot type. So that is. Just for the sake of understanding. Oh, almost. That's almost right. It's created 2 of these. Oh no, it hasn't. It's created 1. Oh, what is that? That generated fine. Is that actually a templating problem? Yeah, that's a templating problem. That's pepcac. This is doing a much better job of generation now. When I first did this, like one line said earlier on, it was causing me all sorts of problems. Okay, so there's no errors in those files. And those look like the files I need. So no nulls. So basically I need to say there's a saga, it is inherited from a saga, and the handler interface I care about is implemented by this thing. It's still kind of temperamental. It's still kind of fragile. But let's take these files back. Cut them. Paste them. Oh, you're no fun. Paste them. Rebuild. Shh. There's no warnings. Run unit test. Hey Napalm, how you doing? Oh look, pass first time. It's like I know what I'm doing. So this has generated these classes, and this is validating those classes do exactly what they're expected to do, right? So I'm validating the actual generated code is behaving as I expect it to do. So my sagas, my sample saga here handles sample notifications so that when I handle that notification, it works. It does the persistence, it does the the other things. So, and I get the right events coming out. Ah, unit test. So it's been my whole morning in that little dot cover panel. Joy. Yeah. Unit test on a source gen library. Yes. This is fun. I love this stuff. Um, now, again, what I'm building here is not necessarily something that people might agree with. It might be considered a lot of overkill, a lot of overcomplication, but oh well. So what I'm building is I have a Saga library, and this allows me to define a Saga to coordinate events in a distributed system. I'm not using mass transit to represent the sagas because this is an internal domain concept. It's an internal boundary concept. So rather than overcomplicate in a different direction, what I'm going to use in my Saga library that I generated a while back. So if I receive this notification before I receive this notification, so the desired order would be more this, right? So I receive this one, and then I receive this one, or rather, yeah, I receive this one first, so that by the time I receive this notification, the data is available for me to base my decisions off this notification. But that's not likely the case because of the way that the system's flowing, right? So uh, it's apparently right now 93 degrees, but feels like 103, and the dog is out there and won't come in. So this is fun. So yeah, so the saga will be used in this piece to basically uh, capture whichever event comes first and wait for the second event. If this data exists when this notification arrives, there's no need, right? So we just continue on and process it. We don't need to create a saga and go through that effort. So now let's get that committed. Let's see what it does with this one. Refactor database setup and user creation in initial data. Update predator target.NET 9. Yeah. Refactor source gen to use incremental generators in place of original source generators. Then we're gonna flip the integration test a little bit here because we now need to validate the SQL Server components of this. So again, just like I've done with the Outbox, just like I've done with the for the Kafka and for the Mediator, have the ability for this to actually persist its data so use SQL Server. That's not the right way of doing that one. Still never figured out if I could do that one. SagaDB context ensure created. So we might need to run migrations for this. But we'll see. But ultimately, the idea is that it will persist the state into the database. That's not, this is not, yeah, integration test. So this is before I actually had any knowledge of test containers. Or rather, before I'd used test containers. I knew about them. Initializer. This might require more work than I want to put in right this second to validate this. Okay, so it generates the files I need. It generates the handlers again. So this is handling this notification so that when Mediator publishes this notification. So the idea is that when this notification is received in communications, there'll be a handler for that event, that integration event or whatever coming in. Because that notification or that command, actually, this is a message bus command. It will then invoke it'll send a command internally to update something, to update the notification status or whatever it is on the client side. That will trigger a domain event. That domain event will then continue a Saga, and actually it might be all done by Saga. This might be feasible. We might be able to do it. So yeah, it is a thing. If you have any questions, thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to join in. I am happy to describe anything. And again, this is actually a subtask of one of the tasks for this particular actions. Yeah, this is kind of update to .NET 9 and update test development behavior. So the actual implementation of this is not the same thing. So let's get that push before, right? Yeah, so let's go and get that merged. TDB develop mediator.sagas. So this is one of the libraries that I have open sourced. I am not trying to these extensions and things that I'm doing as part of Liquid Sky development are all there for anyone to go and have a look at if you want to. So you're more than welcome to go and take a look at the code, use it for reference, and use the library if you want to. That's this one particular. Resolve conflicts. Oh, what did you do? It's crazy to me. I haven't done anything SQL for probably 5 years now. One of the things this project's allowed me to do is definitely embrace an opinion that I held a long time ago, which is very much use the technology for the job that you have. So for these, SQL Server works perfectly fine, right? There's not a lot of relational data in here right this second because, you know, they are, here's an object, store this object. And it could just as easily be solved with a document DB. Over here, those schemas are less well-defined and less necessary. I'm more about storing data and being able to hand that data off to other things. So I use Mongo for these things. Couchbase was something I was using for a while, and I kind of like Couchbase, so that definitely is still considered, and especially now that they have a EF provider, EF core provider. Mongo just pawn and game of dev. Cosmos and Dynamo. Is there anything else these days? But so my point there is that I've definitely embraced the idea of having separate databases with even separate technologies for storage, and not hating on that. I've held that opinion, that that's the way it should be done. Um, Sorry, I just got an alert, for quite a while. But this project has allowed me to exercise that. Um, I've had some people debate, like, why do you have so many databases? This is just a waste of energy, um, and it's overly complicated. I've had, um, why not put it all in the same database and just have schemas separating them? I feel that anytime you go into that world, you end up with a justification as to why A can access B or B can access C, right? You end up with the things too close. So especially right now, especially, having them all as separate databases, as completely different data stores. These are all genuinely different DBs. Um, if I get back into Orleans, no DB really needed for basic persistence. Just dump active state into blob. Active state is something I still want to get into. So I do actually use actors. I use Akka in Liquid Sky, for processing changes. So this component here, I use Akka so that I can have the actors receive the message and hand off and get back onto receiving events from Kafka, because things can be changing quite drastically. So I want that scale out and that processing throughput, and I want to know, like, I want to get into it so I can understand: am I using them properly? How do I get the best from them? I know that you can scale them out properly. Um, I don't know. Akka seems to just fit easier in my brain. Orleans seemed overly, um, quirky for the sake of being quirky. I don't know. But anyway, the application here, I have an actor for to start the process, and what I do is I receive that event, and determine, have I seen this? Do I know about this object? If I haven't, then I want to say, yeah, let's go get a new one. If I have, I say, let's go and update an existing one, and that hands off. Now, because the way Akka works, the next event from Kafka can be processed, because each one of these actors is its own, kind of individual message bus, right? So the new also then checks to see if it's got it, and if it doesn't have it for whatever reason we told it to go here, it will then go back to the thing that sent it and say, no, here you go, have this event back, and then I add it and then publish the change event. And so this is how I'm dealing with the changes, and it works for changes. Obviously I can't test scale out properly, but it does work. So Akka is in there as well, but I want to get more involved with that. I want to see how that can really work for me, and especially in the stuff I'm about to do, the notifications. I think Akka is definitely a solid option. Um, so let's figure out what I did wrong here. Oh, why did I make them partial? That's an interesting choice. Um, that's the tests. Let's worry about the ones that aren't the tests. Oh, it's all a test. It's fine. That's because I got rid of that. I went for project package management. This is not a good idea, by the way. What I'm doing right now is not a good idea. We'll pull the code down afterwards, fix it, and then move on. Whenever I see a partial, I think tool generate code generator package that extends. Perhaps I have a blind spot in my development experience, but I've never really needed partial in any of the code that is 100% mine. I'll show you a way I'm using partial in a minute. To me, it's kind of like regions in some respects. Yes, I just bypass my own thing. Delete branch. Yeah, I think that so in Liquid Sky, the application pieces. So you see how I have the create team var data. They're both part of create team as a partial class. Now I'm using these essentially as like sub namespaces. So I have command and handler. Ultimately, you send the command, so you do create team.command, you send that, and then the handler is invoked from there, so it doesn't really hurt anything. What I have been doing with some classes is in the domain, when I have my entities, the entity has more than just the data. So it has the data model on there, right? It has the fields that are used by entity framework, but it also has the behaviors. So updating itself and doing all those things. So it's kind of aggregate like, not trying to go into DDD there, but it has some of its behaviors managing its data and stuff so that I actually have methods that can trigger domain events. So I've been using this method to break up the class there. So that's how I'm using partials right now. And, you know, in here, I am able to drag, if I have a class, like, I don't think team associated projects is another one. If I go to domain entities, if I go to address, yeah, I will make that partial and then create address.behaviors and put the create under there so that when you open address, you just see what is an address and not how does an address behave. So that's one way I've been using that. Yeah. Oh, Anna, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Don't often get to see you this side. Welcome in all. Thank you very much. How did the stream go? Was progress made? The Ducky raid. Well, welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. I am. Some good progress is made on the markdown parts. Nice. Good progress. Progress is good. I just made progress on my sagas as well, so that was good. So, welcome in. If you haven't been here before, if you've not seen what I'm doing, I am an overambitious developer, as most of us are, trying to build something that is way bigger than one person should be dealing with. This is my project management and planning application. Liquid Sky is its code name. Basically, the concept is, I love that word, concept, is to separate out the planning and preparation for work from the actual doing of work. So the actual requirements can be broken down into individual pieces that can be, you can bite off the pieces you can chew. So right now I'm focused very much on the ability to, this next stage of development is focused on the ability for a user to say, I care about something changing. Doesn't matter what. I'm going for a very flexible notification system of adding an object into the system means that we can uh, define some parameters and have that then watched for changes, and set that pattern out. So the idea is, as a user, I should be able to go in and say, oh, I care about the status changing on this planning item. So a status is right now, it's in progress. If I move it to completed, I want to know about this, right? And be told via an email, via a text, via a push notification, via carrier pigeon, however we want to put that in there. So right now, we've got the piece of tracking the I care about this working. We've yet to move to the piece of figuring out that it changed, not the hardest thing in the world. And what I've been working on is just getting some refinement done on this next phase, which is I'm using Sagas in Mediator, or I'm building Sagas in Mediator to allow me to kind of join the events that happen when something changes, so that I can trigger further notifications without actually waiting on stuff or pausing. So, and we went straight into ads. It's just great timing. It's just the way that streams work, right? If you're going to raid someone, they're going to get ads relatively quickly afterwards. Did I shout out? Oh, no, I didn't. I will do that afterwards. Let's wait the minute and a half for the ads to finish. Yeah. Let's get this library updated. Did I set it up to do the code? GitHub workflows, release. Probably. I don't see ads on Twitch because I got Turbo. So if you don't like seeing ads, and obviously you can't support every stream you go in, Twitch Turbo is, as much as I don't want to say, hey, give Twitch some money every month, Turbo is just the best way of doing it. For $12 or $13, whatever it is a month, no ads anywhere means you don't have to worry about seeing the ads, and streamers do get something from that as well. Release title, update to .NET 9. Shifted to .NET 9 to support latest source generation. Yes, they do. Yeah. But Turbo also, actually, I'm glad I wasn't looking at this earlier on when it started, but Turbo is 50% of what ads were in the last 30 days. So, but yesterday, Turbo and ads were almost identical earnings. So, yeah. Shifted to .NET 9. 6 of 1 then. Yeah. It's just saying that if you are interested in Turbo, but you're trying to watch ads to make sure these support streams anyway, Turbo does also give the streamer. I think the smaller the stream, the they've definitely changed things recently. But yeah, source generation. Let's just go with that. So the reason I'm publishing that now is because that is actually going to NuGet. So you don't have to download the code to use this. You can actually use the NuGet packages if you choose. So anyway, there's the Sagas. Installation coming soon. Yeah, we'll worry about that later. So Liquid Sky. So ultimately, I've got to get some prioritization in here. This is not exactly in the right order for actually working on. So we can't do this piece yet because we need to create the consumer for a command that doesn't exist. We need to build the handler. So these pieces aren't there. I was working on the Saga library just to make sure that was done. So we will be able to test that and work on that. That's going to trip us up a little bit, but we'll see. We need to receive the change details and make sure we include the event identifier. We need to introduce an API for communications. This one's kind of a big one. Again, this particular set of tasks is a little bit bigger than any one stream. It's going to take quite a while to achieve a lot of this stuff because it's just a lot of wire up. But the benefit is once this wire up's in place, it should be a rinse and repeat pattern. It should be basically, oh, something changed. Do I have anything subscribed to this change? Yes, I do. Okay, we're good. We can do this. There will still be code changes necessary, but yeah. There's a weird bug where if I click off it and click back on, it won't open again. So I have to click on something else, then click back. Right. Okay, so trigger notification based on parameters. So we'll see out today's stream with this piece. Go skedaddle, enjoy the stream, cheers. Saga, thank you very much for coming and hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day. Okay, so notifications, receivers. So on receipt of a change, we get the type out of it, right? Ultimately, once we extend this system, we start looking at refinements to get rid of lovely strings cast into the code. Right this second, what's happening is we say, okay, who's subscribed? I need to make some changes here because what I'm not doing when I'm capturing this piece is I'm not passing through the tenant for which it is being subscribed to. And I should be narrowing this data. It will allow me to filter that data quicker later. It will allow me to make sure that I am refining, indexing properly later. So I need to do that. In the notifications table, we have entity subscriptions. Entity subscriptions has an identifier. That's an identifier for this notification or this subscription. The entity type that it's made against. If I'm thinking about it, it really doesn't matter. It might not matter what the entity type actually is, just that it is a thing I've subscribed to. The identifier of the entity, the planning item in this particular case, and the subscriber who did it. We need a tenant identifier on here to make sure that we are limiting our exposure. Because potentially if we have a wrong join or a wrong query, it blurs the lines. So modify table. This is going to be challenging. So, again, earlier on I mentioned the fact that this application is big enough now to be throwing real world problems at me. And this is another one of those examples. Basically, no one's using notifications right now, right? But in the real world, if I was making this change, this would be kind of a major change because I don't have the tenant identifiers. Now, in this case, I'm the only subscriber, right? So realistically, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to wipe this table out. I'm going to completely drop the table and recreate it with the tenant identifier in there. Same with parameters, right? I'm just going to truncate the tables. No one's using this feature in the current version because this feature was not enabled in the current version. Maybe I did early on, but no one else is using this feature. That can't happen. So I'm safe to do it. However, if there were people using this, I'd have to write the scripts to go and figure out who these are. And that's what I'm saying when I'm saying this application is of the size, the data complexity to throw actual real challenges at me and make me think about how I'm going to solve these things, because these are the sorts of problems you come up against all the time. Do you create temp tables? Do you run a bunch of scripts to go and analyze a bunch of databases and dump data into a single database? Do I have a tool that an ETL tool set up for this? No, I don't, because it's basically a reverse update in terms of I need to go to other databases, find the data, join them with this data, and figure it out. It's a very complicated mess. So ultimately, the cleanest decision here would actually be deprecate the feature and let people know you deprecated it, rather than trying to hold on to some crazy system that just can't work. So we're going to actually let's do modify table, new column, and an identifier. It's a GUID. It's unique identifier, not null. I can't do this anyway. I need to truncate the table. Truncate that table. Truncate that table. Modify table. New column and an identifier. Now, in SQL Server, you cannot order columns. New index. Scripts. Generate DDL to clipboard. So what I'm going to do over here now is I'm going to go down to my scripts folder. So I'm not using migrations. They would be way too difficult. Go. So that's so can I do yeah, there we go. And then our index, let's script our index out. There we go. So that's our script. So I'll run these before I do the update to the production system. Okay. So we have that scripted. We have that scripted. This is empty because there's no value in the data anymore, and it'll break things if I have it all there. Again, tenant identifier right this second, it's going to live there, right? If I wanted to get the table to align properly, I've got to reorganize it, drop the table, recreate it. I'm not going to mess around with that. I think it's organic. It's fine. The order of the table, the order of the columns does not matter. It's going to be what it's going to be. So with that, I do need to change entity subscription to have a tenant identifier. So let's add that. Public, private, GUID, tenant identifier. Nets, hello, welcome in. Public GUID, tenant identifier. So this weird syntax, this weird method of organizing these fields, by the way, is a way of protecting this data. So with the way I'm building the objects, I want to make sure that if you were to use this same object in a different app, in a different handler, if you want to update something from a different perspective as a developer, make it very difficult for you to just update the object and have nothing affect. So if I expect side effects, if I expect a domain event to publish when you change the tenant, or a domain event to publish when you change something about this entity, I want to make sure that domain event fires no matter where you're doing this from. The way of doing that is to make sure that the code cannot just access tenant identifier. So what you do is in your configuration, you set up this. So entity framework can be told, oh, by the way, here's where you read from, and here's your backing field that you're actually going to use to store that data. So this property binds to this identifier. So it will work properly. And that way I'm making that field private, but giving access to that publicly. So now in the application layer here, when I go to subscribe to planning item, I just need to pass in my tenant now. Let's do it the right way. GUID tenant identifier. I probably will break tests. I should break tests here, that's fine. And now I need to do command that tenant identifier. Did I put it in the right order? Nope. Entity subscription. Oh, yeah, because create did not have that on there because I didn't put it there. GUID tenant identifier, and then we put that there. So now our subscribe here is broken because we don't have our tenant identifier. But if we do user.get tenant identifier, we can solve that part. So this is the tenant, the user, the identifier for the request, and the actual parameters that we asked for from to. So if we have parameters for the subscription, our tests are broken. That's fine. That's broken because Where's the test? Says it's broken. Ah, there we go. Subject handle. So we need a tenant identifier on here. Oh, go away. That's that. That's that. Okay. And that's that. The more I look at these particular tests, the more I actually am against this way of doing the unit testing in terms of they're cluttered. Let's see if that works. Really? Let's make sure that we actually captured the value there. S.tenant equals tenant identifier. Otherwise, those tests are doing nothing. Okay, so there we go. Include tenant identifier on subscriptions. The language around this is not yet solved. I feel that there is a lot of stuff to change, but that's fine. So for right now, it's notifications feed communication. So the idea is when a change happens, the notification system will pick that up. And I do repeat this a lot, some of which is just keep going through it in my own head, make sure I'm getting things lined up the way I think they should be lined up. The notifications are where you subscribe to changes. So the API exposed for that for parameters, so that when a change occurs, so a change from here is fed into here, it says, okay, does anyone care about this thing? Yes, no. If yes, then it basically will publish an event to Service Bus to say, send this person a notification. When they actually set up the notification subscription, they will also set up how they want to be told about that thing. So if you want an email, a weekly email, a text notification, carrier pigeon, a signal flare, however we want to do it, right, it will provide you the ability to select that notification method, so that when this fires, it will go and gather the information and say, by the way, you asked to be notified when the status changed from ready for planning to in progress, or you asked to be notified when Bob was assigned to this planning item, right? That's the idea. So basically, as a product manager, you could sit there and say, okay, well, on this initiative or on these planning items, I care if a task goes to in progress, or I care if a task moves back to in progress, right? From completed. So, and I care about that on a summary email once a day. The goal very much being to allow them to tailor notifications. Ultimately, again, when it moves to completed, notification should then be removed. So yes, that is very much the goal. Phil Samuel, hello. Welcome in. So we have that. We have the tenant management aspect of that handled. So now we can Guess use a tool like Dependabot to keep up to date. I haven't directly used it. I do know of its existence. I do know to check it every now and then. It's worth checking. Where are you? Where's Dependable alerts on here? I use Renovate, actually just blacklisted paid Mediator law. Where's my brain? Oh no, it failed. What? Oh, did I not check out? Oh no. I was wondering if I could configure such a tool to warn me of license changes that happens between. Right. Yeah, it's Dependabot is more about just version numbering, isn't it? I feel that I'm out of date on this one. GitHub. Actually, let's go and look at Liquid Sky's workflows. Oh, sorry. Actions checkout v4. Yeah, let's go make sure that's updated. V4. Use.net 9. Commit directly. Yeehaw. And then remember to pull it. No. Main update. Be good feature, so it's kind of a bummer your entire project becomes GPL. Yeah. Irish John, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, so let's get rid of them. I'm committed to that now. It's going to work. The way it's going to work, we're going to fix it. Yeah, if you have not actually, if you've been on Twitch and not found Irish John, that would surprise me, but I highly recommend checking out his stream. He's building a game, Rise of Piracy. I'm very much looking forward to playing that game. I have been for a long time, since you first put it on Steam, I think. I have been, it has been in my wish list. But yeah, highly recommend checking out his stream. Okay. So we're gonna just test that. I want to get that. I want to get the sagas sat there waiting. I'd rather have them waiting and have those libraries there. Big fan. Yes. Then I would just sit there and think it's done and then go back later. So Liquid Sky. So we're going to narrow the parameters by tenant to improve performance. So again, when we go over to this now, for the notifications, when I get the receiver, so the changes receiver picks up that, it goes to process panning item. Do I carry with it the actual tenant is for? That is a good question. you should definitely answer that question before you go changing extra code. This is a lot of why I believe that you should go through the process of planning and prep. You should review the code before before development. Look at the requirements, try and figure out not necessarily how it's going to be done, but you want to figure out any of the touch point, any of the major sticking points. Are the behaviors you assume are there that actually aren't there? Are there other things there that trip you up later if you don't correct them? So you see how this one moves to preparing in progress. This is the change. Guess what this does not contain? That is a big, big oversight. I will be right back. Okay, my apologies for that one. That was not an intentional break. It's too hot outside, so I was trying to help my wife. Um, and yeah. Okay. So before I left, had a bit of a dawning realization that there's a little bit missing from this. So the source user identifier should be unique enough, but I feel it lacks enough information. And I think at this point, to proceed with that, I think we need to carry the tenant through the messages. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see how involved it would be and where I don't have the tenant. Like, do I have to introduce it as a global concept? Or is it something I can introduce here and have that data locally? I just don't pass it right this second. Most data, I think, should carry with it the tenant ID. Like if I have a planning item, it has the tenant identifier in it. So the change might be just a piece that lacks that information. So do we have... We do have the tenant identifier here. So we're just lacking that information. So GUID, tenant identifier. You love it. What do you love? I just almost knocked myself out. I was trying to lean over and I slipped and smacked my jaw right into a chair. So I'm pulling faces, by the way. Trying to help my wife out. It's just more effort than it's worth. So let's get these in there. So the tenant identifier is available. We definitely want to narrow this behavior. And now when we get to this goes through the event publisher and publishes a new change event. This change event also should have the tenant identifier in it. That should not be a new GUID. That should be... So who and for what tenant they did it. Because the same user could actually exist in different tenants. So that's a massive oversight. If that was... So let's finish this piece up. Update, publish changes. So change event now needs that, which needs tenant identifier. Again, identifiers are not ID. Well, identifiers are IDs. Identifier in the language of the product is an identifier an ID that is shared across the boundaries. So a planning item identifier here means the same here as it does here and here. An ID, they could have completely different IDs because they have different tables, etc. So if you see ID, it's either an oversight or it's deliberately an internal concept. Message.tenant identifier. So passing that down, that's the goal. And that sets in place the pattern. So let's do this. Foundation now, the change event needs those things as well. Let's do that. Introduce tenant identifier. This is where having version schema on Kafka would also be very useful, because I could then increment the version of my message here, and now my receivers know that they can now accept the tenant ID, so they won't receive a message of the wrong version. But the likelihood of any change events being sat there for code that has not been deployed is very slim. No. So I can code that's deployed. Did this go through? No, this failed again. Mediator Saga CS Predator. The SDK does not support targeting .NET 9, either target .NET 8 or lower. Why are you targeting .NET 8 at all? Oh, because I need to run another build, that's why. Releases. Delete update to .NET 9, delete this release. Draft new release, choose tag 005. Update to .NET 9. It didn't pick up the workflow. So the workflow it was using was still the .NET 8 one. So rerunning the same workflow switch to using incremental source generation generators introduced in 9. Instacare, I said I might as well go home and return in 3 hours, so I'm back. Welcome back. I hope you're okay. So my intention today was not to stream for this long. It was to just stream for a couple of hours. But the weather is so hot that getting anything done is next to impossible. So that failed immediately. Check out V2. Why? But I changed this, right? Check out V5, V4, set up .NET 9. View workflow file. Yeah, that's totally the wrong workflow. What? Oh, hold on. Let's delete that. Let's go to actions. Delete workflow run, yes. Delete workflow run, yes. Code. You know, it's not really fun to sit under my feet. Code. The dogs are upset because they can't go outside. December 5th, 2023. Draft new release. Target main. Choose a tag. 0.0.5. Okay. Oh. No, it's already tagged it. It's existing tag. I need to delete the tag first. That's why. Because it took the tag. I need to make a new tag of that code. That's why. I'm just forgetting how tags were actually. I thought tags were a label, not, or I was thinking of them as a label rather. So now that will take a snapshot of main. So when I built the release, because it's an existing tag, it just took that tag and built a new release off of it. That's the way you can publish all old releases, etc. Right? So update .NET 9. That's fine. There we go. Okay, so now that should be about to build and actually work. Okay. Install .NET 9. Woohoo! We'll come back around to that later. Oh. I mean, I don't see what could have gone wrong with an API key that hasn't been touched in in a year and a half. Oh no, what are you doing to me? No. Okay. Um, how do I do this now? Sign in. Sign in with Microsoft. I don't want to sign in with that account. I signed in using a different account because I needed to get access to an Apple device. And now it won't let me sign out on there. So yeah, that's why that. Sign in Microsoft. There you go. Send notification. So soon you're going to end up giving a blood sample to get access to your account. Okay, API keys. There we go. Yep, I included these under that one. So regenerate. Okay, so we're going to move this over here. How's things going? Pretty well today, Miles. How about yourself? Right now, I am trying to just get my 2 years ago, I think. Yeah. Oh no, 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 no. Copy. Sorry, I'm just trying to. There we go. Update secret. Trying to get my library to update. I swear, this is getting harder and harder all the time. Like, use this to sign into this. Like right now, I'm trying to sign into GitHub on my phone. But I've got to use an authenticator app to use that to sign into GitHub to get an authenticator code to sign into GitHub because the passkey didn't work. Yes. Retry. Using apps to sign into apps to sign into apps. It's just, oh dear. There's an insanity somewhere in there, right? Rerun the failed jobs. Okay, we'll come back around to the warnings later. There was way too many warnings there. Hopefully they were all on tests. So let's have a look at that. Again, I'm just trying to handhold this enough to follow through and make sure that I don't end up with this sat there and thinking I can go off and use it and it not working. But I just gave you the newest one. Did that work? NuGet.org. TBD develop.mediator. Sagas. No, that did not work. Manage packages, publish packages. I love how it makes you feel that you're getting popularity. Like 751 downloads. It's not. It's just because they have that many servers polling these things and downloading the packages all the time that's what that is. It's not. I wish I could say it was popularity. Because 3,000 downloads. There's no way people are using that. The way I think that is, like, I'd love to believe people are using it. I think it's just tools downloading. Kafka extensions. 2 watching, 4 stars, 1 fork. Someone forked it. I never did anything with it. Yeah, there's not enough activity on there to make me think that people actually are using the library. And you'd definitely be finding it through here. Yeah, that's not why I'm doing it though. In my Kraken package for Aspire, I was excited, but no one is using that, as evident by my GitHub. Yeah, it's like, I'd love to believe 3,000. There was genuinely 3,000 downloads of this library. That'd be awesome. That means that I'm helping someone, but I'm not. So why are you still not publishing, you pain in the backside? Wrong library. Mine's at like 2K, yeah. Lies, all lies. It's just tools downloading it. But, oh, I did the same thing again, didn't I? It's a snapshot. It's a snapshot. I updated the actions code releases. Let's delete the release. You can't delete a tag that a release has gone off of. Let's delete that again. Go to the tags, delete the tag, Go to code, go to releases, draft a new release, 0.0. So that once more. 0.0.5. Create new tag. Yeah. Release title update to .NET 9. Shift to using incremental source. Linux is introduced in .NET 9. Publish the release. Actions. Also, I hate Datadog. Open a support ticket and it said send us some logs until you do re-upload the ticket without a chance to respond. And it wasn't even a couple of days. I feel like that has the potential for being kind of comical. Like they're a platform for logging. What logs? Oh, come on. 409. A package with yeah, I don't get it. What? So, but it didn't update to dot. So this is why you've got to be careful if you're using NuGet, by the way, because if I look here, right, my dashboard of published packages says there's no unlisted packages, and that they're on version 003. But now it's telling me 005 already exists. You managed to publish it, but it's not catching because they cache everything. So this could be a while before it actually gets put there. So yeah, that's interesting. Missing readmes, that's fine. Again, this is if people are interested in using these libraries once I start to use them, if they see them and they think, oh, they'd be useful, then I'm happy to kind of talk about them. Rambling Geek, hello, how are you doing? Messing with you. Why? Because I'm starting streams at weird times. And I've been on for 4 hours almost, and I intended to do 2. But it's too warm to do anything else. Tomorrow will be normal time. Probably a little bit longer, but not too much longer. Thursday, same thing again as today. Start at an odd time. And Friday, regular time. And then next week, no Tuesday or Thursday stream. CFPT. And back to work. And the next couple of weeks are going to be a bit janky because I have work, commitments, travel. I know. But this week, so yeah. Okay, so let's get some of this cleaned up so I don't leave a mess for myself later on. Introduce tenant identifier change event to enable tracking. Commit and push that. Well, we'll see. Require some timing right this second. I'm trying to get this tidied up enough. So changes now carry with them the tenant identifier. That is an important thing that I don't know why I necessarily overlooked. This constantly happens where I'm realizing that I missed a piece of data in these things. But the tenant identifier will allow me to narrow things. So now when I get that change event over here in notifications receivers, right, this needs to have with it its tenant identifier. Right, and over in the receiver again, event dot tenant identifier will allow me to use that. So our entity subscription spec should also now take a GUID tenant identifier. And if you remember, we actually modified the object, the entity subscription, to have that. So now that, again, that will use that index and speed up that lookup much faster, because that data set is a much smaller data set in what could potentially be a much larger data set. So having that index in there, having that extra field, does allow me to partition the data appropriately. So we need to do command tenant identifier, right? So our spec now changes, our query now changes. We now have guaranteed subscriptions for that person on this tenant. The reason being, the person, I as a user of Liquid Sky, as someone logged into Liquid Sky, right now you can't really do it because there's not the support for it. But I might be, you might add me as a consultant on your project, and I have completely different privileges, but I'm the same person as I am in my own tenant or in someone else's tenant. I have different permissions based upon the tenant and different requirements. So when I subscribe to a notification, I subscribe for a notification on that tenant for that entity. Yes, the entity is unlikely to differ. The entity identifier is unlikely to be the same between two tenants, but that's not something we want to risk. And also, again, having us scan for a user ID is a much bigger thing. Having an index built around tenant and user and filtering down to that tenant and user for that specific change does speed that lookup up. But there's no doubt about that in my mind. Right? That definitely does that. I'm just looking at Stoney's stream, and he went live almost exactly 10 minutes before I did. That's funny. Record change details, receive user. So that's done. Use parameters to further refine. So there we go. That's done. Well, that's not done, right? So now what we need to do, this needs to change a little bit more, because this is, yeah, we've got subscriptions for that entity, for that tenant. Am I the subscriber? Yeah, the subscriber doesn't matter here. It's the message will tell that part. So now for each of the subscriptions, we need to narrow by parameters. And this is going to be the challenging part. So if there are no parameters, then push notification. If there are parameters, do these parameters match? Right? So are they in that change? and we'll have to decide, and this is going to be an open discussion, I think, at some point, that basically are the changes that are going to be like ultimately you're able to say, okay, well, the status changes from this to this, or the status changes to this, or the status changes. I need to know. But if the status changes and the assigned project changes, do I care? Or like, is it and or? Like, how do we lay those things out? What sort of behaviors would you expect from those notifications? That's going to be one of the things we have to tackle. So yeah. So we need to in this basically what we need to do there is we need to do include s goes to s dot parameters, and that needs to do it shouldn't be a tracking query anyway. I don't think I set this up in any other way. Add database. Oh no, don't set it up as read only. Oh, because it can't be. It may have to change things as we receive things. We might want to record with sent notification. Yeah, we can't. So in this case, this spec will say, okay, no tracking. It'll speed it up. I mean that it's not. It's checking. It's not tracking objects, and it also is. Definitely getting the data. I've had lots of problems with changes there. So we have the subscriptions. We now go through now. If subscription dot parameters dot any, if not, push notification. Right. If this is going to be the challenge now, because what this is going to have to do is say, okay, well, you have parameters, but those parameters don't quite align to the object that's coming in, right? Because this change is a list of name before after, so it's a property of the object that changed. That might not match the name of the parameter we have, or it may do. So we're going to end up with a mapping. This is where it gets messy as well. Because what I don't want to do is get into a world of I don't want to get into a world of hard-coded strings everywhere. But ugh. And again, this notification is not going to do the refinement of, oh, what changed? It's going to send a command and say, by the way, this person requested this notification, or this notification is actually has been triggered. The communication piece is going to pick up the rest, because that notification identifier will be shared between the two systems. So when the notification is triggered, the person who subscribed to it is going to be the person who is going to get that notification. So we don't have to worry about the target here and there anymore. We don't have to worry about the recipient anymore. We do have to worry about who changed it. That won't be apparent. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. It will be apparent on the other side anyway. So all we need to do is say this notification was triggered. So if subscription.parameters.any, p goes to p.parameters property. But Nets, thank you very much for coming and hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a great rest of your evening. Who am I rating? He said, see you. See you means bye. Oh, they said. Sorry, that's an assumption. My apologies. But Net said, see you. Not yet. No, we're gonna go for a little bit longer. We'll go to we might as well go to the 4-hour mark at this point, right? At least. At the very least, we'll go to the 4-hour mark. How's that? So this is going to be command.changes dot any c goes to c dot name equals p dot property and p dot from is null, or I'm deliberately writing this in the dumbest possible way. Well, if you're on, I'll be back. Otherwise, have a good one. Some guy from Windsurf wants to bother me though. No worries, Napalm. We'll see how I'm going in a few minutes. Well, p dot from dot equals. No, how do I want to write this? This is a bit weird, isn't it? Okay, so let's do this. Var matching parameters equals subscription. Actually, command.changes dot so right now, if I do this, I'm thinking too far ahead, and I'm trying to stop myself from thinking about what it could be, how it could be interpreted. I need something dumb to trigger a notification when one property changes. When the property changes, when the value changes, I need to do those things. I do not need to overthink this and think about, well, what if this and what if this scenario? I need to stop myself from going there, because that is not what the goal for this particular piece is. I need to get this working so I can refine the solution. If I overthink the solution, I'm going to make it more complicated. Notice I'm not writing unit tests around this right now because I don't know what I'm trying to tackle. So even if I go to write a unit test, I'm still going to be making up as I go along. I'd rather establish this as an idea, see if it works, and then build the code around it to validate the testing, right? So I am going to do unit tests. I do want to do unit tests around this. It's a very important component of the system. It is not something worth messing around with, but I'm trying to identify the holes I have, right? So this is going to be from p in subscription.parameters where p where command.changes dot contains c goes to c dot name equals p dot property. No. Let match equals command dot changes dot single default, C goes to C.name equals P dot property, where match is not null, select P. Okay. If not matching parameters any, continue. Right. So if nothing matches, let's go. So now for each matching parameter, so we now know which ones match, right? Actually, new property parameter equals P, change equals match, right? So if equals from parameters from X in matching parameters, where X dot parameter dot from is null and X dot parameter 2 is null, or X dot parameter dot from is not null and X dot parameter dot. Hey Smoking, how you doing? Right now I'm figuring out the messy logic, the messy first version of the logic for determining how to publish change notifications. So today I have got the Saga library failing routinely. Got the Sagas working from yesterday's stream, in test at least, but I'm struggling to figure out why NuGet thinks that version 5 of the library exists. Oh, there you go. It did update. It updated finally. There you go. NuGet's just got a big caching difference, apparently. So we've done that. That's interesting. That thinks it's failed, but it's actually not failed. Yes, it's a custom Saga library. So, Sagas in Service Bus exist. In Mass Transit, in N Service Bus, in whatever other libraries you want to do. There's other ways of doing Sagas. So for the distributed system, if I was relying, say had this system, and I was relying upon X, Y, and Z to publish that data and consume it and deal with the timeliness of that, I would use Sagas in Service Bus. In this instance, I need the Saga to exist within a component based upon notifications I receive from Mediator. So what I've done is I've created a Saga library across Mediator so that I can publish the notifications when I receive different pieces of data, coordinate them, and then also publish further actions and handle that so the code can be event driven. So yeah, it's a simplified first go, but it's something that can be refined and it does in theory work. I have used it before. I originally developed this about 1.5 years ago. Yes, there's a SQL persistence piece. Like I said, this might exist. This might not be a good idea. Might not be what the developers of Mediator expect you to do in this scenario. However, right now, that's what I need, given what I know. And that's the key, right? I'm developing what I need based upon what I know. That's fine. So in this instance, it is a scenario I need. It is 100% a scenario I need. Whether it exists or not, yeah. So let's go back here. So if it's not null and x.parameter.from equals x.change.before, tell me that's an object. Yeah, it's gonna get messier. That's hilarious. It's not quite as efficient. So, um, so basically, I just got to think through this logic, right? So again, the purpose of the saga is because I may receive the information I need to publish the communication after the act of telling me I need to publish the communication, because they're based off, they both are driven off the same event. So this notification message might take longer to process than the pipeline message that gets it, or vice versa, rather. The pipeline message might take longer because it's actually collecting more information and publishing that thing out. So if this comes in after this notification, I need to wait before I publish a notification, because this has the detail I require to say, oh, by the way, yeah, Jeff changed this to in progress. That's what I'm looking for. So the sagas, yes, they may seem like overkill. Yes, they may seem unnecessary, but the reality is they're kind of needed in some way, shape, or form, unless anyone's got a better pattern for me for managing out of sequence data. I'm more than happy to listen. But it's the best pattern I know of right this second for this problem. So yeah, this overall component, this communications component over here, is going to be a big hub of behavior for publishing information to the users. I'm not putting business logic in here necessarily, but more like gathering this data together that needs to be used to display things. So if I want to do an email to someone, I have enough information in here. I have the user details. I have certain planning item details, right? I'll capture those things. But this logic here is going to get a little bit janky. So if there are parameters, if there are no parameters, we need to send the notification. If we have parameters that match on name, and this is a very weak link right this second, there's going to have to be a mapping somewhere, because the property that publishes might not be the name that I choose from the labeling perspective. I don't want to have a hard tied name in my UI that has to be passed up through the levels to indicate a field. So it's going to be tricky. So, but for right now, yeah, the name, let's say the name matches. So we have get the match. So we have a change that has occurred. So in this case, a change is going to look like, again, it's going to look like this, where we have a change, right? So it moved from preparing to in progress. So if I have status as a notification parameter, then I want to know this changed to, either it changed or it was, preparing, or it is now in progress. I want to know those things. So that's why if there's no matching parameters, there's nothing to deal with in terms of this notification, right? Because we don't have any parameters that we care about, right? Again, if there are no parameters at all, we publish a notification because we've got a subscription to this entity. If we set no from or to, but we have the matching parameter, we send the notification. If we don't have a from, or if we have a from and its value matches what the value was before, this is going to get tricky because this is a string, this is an object, this is actually a value. That's going to be weird. We're going to have to deal with that in short term. And there is no null, there is no to, i.e. we only care what it was, we don't care what it's become. That's a true. If the from is null and the parameter to is not null and the parameter to matches the change after, then yeah. And then the final one would be or that and that. Right, that's the final check. So we can track all states of transition, like, oh, if it was this and it is now this, or if it turns to this, or it was changed from this, we care. So regardless of what it was to, or if we track both, then we have both. So that's like, so then basically that is a matching parameter with the valid notification. We should send the notification. The notification is going to look like that, right? So again, this is going to get much messier, much more messy, because it's going to involve typecasting. It's going to involve a mapping of the properties to make sure that I have the right names. I do want to define a dictionary somewhere of, okay, this is the property, this is the actual the value coming from the notification side. At the time when you build the notification up, you don't have the property names. So yeah, I don't want to hard code strings all over the code if I can avoid it. So yeah. But anyway, this is a stream that is twice as long as I intended to go. So I am going to finish up here. Again, I will be back tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. usual time, Eastern. If you are interested in asking questions about this, if you care about what it is, how to do some of these things, why I've done certain things, you're more than welcome to ask questions. You're more than welcome to do that all the time. There is a Discord linked in the cards below. You are welcome to join the Discord to continue conversations. I oftentimes hang out in the Discord. I probably will do later today, actually, and tinker with this sometimes, and just share my screen inside of a Discord. So if you're looking for a more comfortable way to chat there, but that is voice chat, so be warned. And no guarantees on the quality or the actual content of the conversation. So let's go see who we are rating. Very welcome, maybe. Thank you for coming and hanging out. I hope your headache is feeling better. We are going to go and raid Stony Eagle. Stony is a .NET developer as well. He's building his app, No Mercy TV, which is kind of like a home Netflix application. Thanks, Smoking. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you very much for the follow, Smooth. Stoney's live, yeah. Stoney's been live 10 minutes longer than I have. Did you join the wrong stream again? Um, I think you joined the wrong stream. But anyway, one more shout out before I go. One Lion has he's working, and he's still even on odd hours to what our normal day looks like. He's still been shouting out people. He's still been supporting the community, and I really do appreciate that very much. One Lion streams Wednesdays through Fridays. Is another .NET developer, and on Fridays hosts a community day. So there's a lot to learn on that channel, and a lot of great people attend there. So I would highly recommend checking out One Line. And as always, I appreciate the support and the shout outs and keeping me honest on at least supporting other streamers properly until we get developers.stream up and running. So with that said, let's go right over to Stony. He best not finish now, otherwise I'll be mostly disappointed. He's testing his No Mercy TV app and doing that development. Yes, 11 years. So thank you all for joining me. Thank you for coming hanging out on an odd stream hours. I do appreciate it. And I will see you again tomorrow. And we'll continue on with some of this and hit the real challenges. So take care all. Bye.